Audio test. Okay. Boom. Let's see. Working on a basic audio setup using XAudio2. Once I figured it out. Good. And that hard. Okay. Okay. First things first. I only have a bunch of Y stuff. This is currently my audio setup for Ys. I'm sure it'll need to be reworked for XAudio. Good old tradition of refactoring, just commenting a bunch of code until it compiles. Don't particularly care as much. Good news, I should be able to reuse components as they are, because they're not doing anything special. Well, could be. Yeah, this is fairly generic. Allow this integer name. Probably keep it the same. Probably need to build my own JSON manifest for files in any case. Make sure it still starts. Oh. Would have been a deadlock. Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Oh, that thing. Okay, so obviously no audio. Alright. Clean start. Do not bring my stuff. Good. Okay. Alright. That out of the way. For now, all I need is 3D effects. Maybe some reverb. Mixing is good. Yeah. That'll be interesting. WAV files. So probably using voices instead of destroying them, huh? There. Position, loss orientation makes sense. Head related transfer. Wow. Transition volume. Okay. Okay. Well, that means I'm safe enough to use that. Yep. From what I understand, I don't need 2.9 for Windows 10 or 11. From what I understand. Yeah. Well, we'll see. Well, it's pretty promising either way. Maybe I will download the zip package. Oh, bro. What do I have to do this whole nasty thing? Oh. Not dated? Why is this not dated? 7 months. Jesus. Jesus. It's kind of crazy. Kind of cray. But that's fine. Can I just get the file? Just file will be fine. Wait, really? You don't have a way to browse sounds up here? Fine, you know what? We're just gonna extract. Well, that's lame. Oh, because it's a file. I was hoping. Yeah, that's kind of weird. But okay. Hey, where's the not cream filling? Alright, fine. I'm not gonna care about this yet. It's kind of weird though. I was kind of hoping to get the zip, but I ain't there. It's hiding somewhere. Whatever. Well, whatever. I have done this before. This might be the easier way to handle it. Add. Hello? Well, that took a long time. Jesus. Oh, it's just installed now. Is this the one? 1, 2, 13. Yes. Yeah, that was the last time to pull down DLLs. Install. We'll unpack it somewhere, right? I was hoping. How come I didn't see that there? Was it just some weird bug? Oh wait, I see native here. And what the hell? File pilot. Why you do me like that? Made me do this crap. Can I do? Wow. Okay. What is this? Will debug release. Well, first things first, I'm curious. Maybe I don't even need any of this stuff. Maybe it'll just work. Maybe it will just work. Play Dark Raiders. I've watched it. I have watched it. Didn't play it. I don't think I've played a single extraction game. I've watched them, but never played them. Personally, it's not really my genre. Not really. So ignoring all that, I don't believe I need to worry about this. I bet I don't have to. As a game of Windows Game Bar, that's nasty. That is nasty, actually. Okay, I need to poke the eye on this. What does spatial sound mean for XAudio? I got no interest in connecting with the game bar. Bear, blah, 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 blah. Stands weird. Why? Oh, the whole Windows mess. The head thing. Indie extraction games, I've been trying for a while. Dude, extraction games are extremely difficult to make. Calling any extraction game an indie game, that is so weird. So weird. Like, maybe if it's only 2 people making a game, you can kind of call that, but extraction game is multiplayer. It usually involves like a dozen devs or more. So indie terms, unfortunately, is undefined and misused. Yeah, I don't care about that. Special order is confusing for no reason as a name, but it's fine. Alright, that's fine. That's fine. On to initialize. Really, the whole comp thing. Oh well. That is Windows. That is Windows. Oh, this is from the age when they're trying to push WinRT. Don't care that much about that. Don't care about that. We'll just start it from the very, very beginning. It's a header. Guess I'll probably just say enough? No. It was definitely not enough. Include object base. Okay. Okay. Damn fly. There. It says still an inch to 30. Okay. Now this will surely work fine because it is calm. Except I didn't even call it. Really? How did I comment it out? Oh, I call it here. I didn't realize that. Didn't realize that. Okay. Row pointer seems fine. Fair enough. What do you got? Oh, same thing. Find which CPU to use. Must be null. That's fine. Mastering voice. Put it in the header though. I really don't. These are all pointers. So I could. So I don't want to pollute my header space of those things. Oh, don't tell me it's private. It's not. Actually, I don't care about that. What's up, Kale? What's up? Alright, so maybe I don't need to worry about that. Just implement this. Here. A little trick to hide it away from the header space. You know what? I will do. Okay. It seems fine. Which means I can put this. Actually, I kind of appreciate the fact they're just pointers. Kind of appreciate that. Okay. That's that. Let's go. We'll see how long it takes to get the first playable sound. Thing is Gucci. The only thing is kind of pain to observe this. This was from the SharePointer days. Back then, that was all the rage. This is like early 2000s. Back then, SharePointers were cool and awesome to use, but it's fine. Anyway. Usually WAV files. Typical format. Fair enough. Blah blah. Linux is a headache. Well, you don't need to argue about that. It's very obvious. All you have to do is look at the usage. Even things like Steam as an example. Well, it's fine. I'll read through it if needed. But for now... Interesting that this one skips this over. Only place the desktop apps, which I am. Where do I have my current files? Still them here. But probably everything is now under here. Yeah. Okay. Fair. Creator Facebook uses Mac. Well, it doesn't mean much. When you CEO is primarily about talking, you're not really trying to accomplish something reality-based on a computer. So they can use whatever the hell they want at that point. Wait, is this talking about directly loading from the thing? Read the file. Find a chunk type. Yeah, this is a really low level stuff, which is cool. File, locate the riff chunk. Indeed. Maybe I do need to do all that manual stuff to actually read from the file myself and push it over. Huh. Guess I will. Bro, why? Why is it sprinkled everywhere? "3D audio." Yeah, listeners and emitters. What kind of special thing? That'll come in later. That will come in later. Indeed. Myself, huh? Okay. Guess gotta do it myself. Fair enough. That's gonna be a little interesting. Find a chunk and riff file. Right. Then this is gonna be broken for a bit. Let's see, riff. Very simple, the forest by Jared. Header section. Yeah, I figured what I was kind of expecting from some kind of header section. But also riff format. Sometimes they have their own header files too. Guess I'll see. Well, this one acts as if a wave just goes directly into it. I guess I'll see. Define a chunk in the riff file. Fair enough. Okay. Let's do the game of Hello World. Not this. Sublab. Heroine. I guess it's fine. Just wrote audio layer engine, but build it even lower on WAS API. Yeah. Yeah, I've looked at WAS API briefly. I figure I don't want to go that low yet, because in the past I've used mini audio as an integration rather than that, which is a bit of a lower level-ish. But that one had bugs. Actually, my game used to use mini audio, because at one point I used created integration for mini audio on one of open source engines, so I knew that. But mini audio had some really odd bugs and sound just stopping randomly, so I threw it out and to begin to use Wise for like a year now. But Wise is beginning to hassle me in annoying ways, so you know what, I'm gonna spend a day, see if it's too difficult to stand up basic audio. What am I looking here for? I don't need this. Alright, so it's gonna be one of the files to grab. What is high? It's too high.
Hi.
Yeah. That's what it's gonna be. Dunk it here. Do I wanna yeah, I guess we'll do it here. Everything is JSON. Didn't you know that everything is freaking JSON? That's to do for now. I just want to make sure. I don't feel like doing packing right away. Of sounds. I'll just copy them for now. I'll do packing later. I already have the concepts of packs and all that. I'll just do it later. One little steppity step at a time. Don't even care about that yet. Yeah, okay. Let us pick something. JSON is slow. Yes, yes it is. Yes it is. Compared to reading binary, it's definitely extremely slow. But you know what? So far I haven't seen a big problem. Dude, I have a JSON file that's almost 1 million lines of JSON. And it takes me longer to load the data off of it after reading anyway, so I haven't noticed it being a slowdown. But sure, the AAA engine with 1 million assets, yeah, you don't want to do JSON as a final thing, but for me so far it hasn't been a problem. So I shall ignore it. I shall ignore it. Wait, what do I do? Straight up copy. This is packing. I don't care about packing. Oh wait, I know that. This thing copies it. JSON is hard. I've actually written the JSON parser myself before, but I didn't use SIMD or anything like that. It was just like a straight up one character type thing, so it's kind of slow, so I actually deleted it. And for now, sticking RPJSON. Seems to be faster. One point I tried YJSON as a C library, and that thing was twice as slow in debug build compared to RPJSON, so it's fine. It's fine. Anyway, resources, sounds. Start this. Sound path. Let's deploy them for now. Do I use KTX2? I'm talking about the image format, right? I've considered it, but the thing is, my game loads really fast anyway. I'm not gonna have that many textures. So the only thing we're doing as developers by using that fancy format is it really makes it difficult to mod the game in the future. For almost no benefit. Plus at this point, I'm loading images in the async manner anyway, so it's not really performance issue. I just start the game right away and then I wait for images to load up afterwards. So it would literally not help me in any matter at all. So source files, deploy it. Except I don't want it to go to packs anymore. Maybe I'll go to sounds. I might not even pack the sounds, honestly. I mean, we'll see. I can always convert that over into real pack. I don't think it's a concern. Debug. Yeah, I'll put them into sounds for now. Put them in sounds. Put them in sounds. That's first make sure that it's deployed. Yes, indeed. Indeed. Well, it's mentally hard to learn because web dev is nasty. So, yeah. Anyway, this thing is deploying, so now I have sounds this. Okay. You know what? I will build up a quick little thing. Let's see. How do I call it? Sounds. like this. How do I want to do it? Random container. Modern C++, just be careful. It will kill you debug builds. Actually, you can use modern C++, but not use any STL at all. That's a beautiful thing. Like I have some fancy modern C++ in my stuff, like concept, type, pointer, you know, that kind of stuff. But I have bare bones implementation of that stuff, so I can have the fun. Like literally, I don't have anything that includes concepts or type traits in my code, except the comment here, and then you can just build it out by yourself. Yes, that is a cheat code. But it's so easy because usually, dude, especially if you install something like, especially if you use something like compile score, you can immediately see, be like, okay, what's the actual slowdown here? And so I spent some good amount of time cleaning this crap out. In fact, looking at this makes me want to get rid of some of this crap too. Like, I don't, like initializer thing is hard to get rid of. Initializer list is so hard to get rid of. This is mine concept, so it's fine. Yeah, but this header file is pretty small, so there's not much to process. Even I made my own version of move. Where's move? And all this make index sequence. Not gonna lie, all this was pretty much mostly AI. I did some minor corrections. Because this is a bunch of boring ass stuff. Boring ass crap. But AI is perfect for this crap. Okay. So here's what I actually want to do. Maybe... No, it's going to be easy. It's going to be easy. Actually, I don't want to do type. This is stupid. No, this is JSON. I can do this. Sound. Oh, it's going to be sick. I can then provide... One reason I like JSON is because I can add JSON schema here. And then here I can do like drop downs, pre-selections, comments. It's going to be slick. It's going to be slick. All right, sound. Hearing high. Oops, I want to say that. Hearing high. Actually, wait. Can I write in VS Code plugin that would auto detect files that I can specify under sound and from a known folder location? Yeah, that's kind of one of the nice things. C++ has been fairly stable, especially if you don't use STL. STL has been nasty, especially some older ones. But if you just keep that, it's pretty easy. Dude, you don't even say anything. I don't want the code. I just want the answer. If it's possible or not. What the hell is this crap? Bro, I don't want the code. I just want conceptual answers. I don't do any of that crap. Just this. Away from this folder, yes. Oh, folder completion, yes. That's gonna be awesome. You're gonna wish me to be web dev, write some TypeScript. Lipong. Pong had the first rage quit. Did you know that? There's an old video from what, 60s or 70s. The guy losing in Pong and rage quitting it. Okay. That's pretty slick. That's gonna be awesome. So I don't have to guess if I got this the right way or not. So I can have like check that the file's good. Anyway, this. Can I assume it's under sounds? Probably. Bum bum bum. Container. Yeah. Yeah, which means it's a game data. Copy of sounds. Good. Good, good, good. Okay. Wait, random cont. No, that's correct. This is fine. This is fine. Hello. That's fine. Good enough. Certainly good enough. There's something called load banks. Oh, I did it under here, so I would do it there. This thing's still humongous. 80 kilobytes is quite a bit for stack, isn't it? It might be. It might be. Gives me a thing. Need this. As a reference. It's an array. Technically could. It's gonna be an integer anyway. Love network stuff. Oh boy. Networking might be one of the most complex stuff to do. Like even graphic is kind of easy. It's kind of self-contained, doesn't spread out on across your whole game. It's pretty nice and easy. Part of networking, if you're doing something serious, which means using UDP, you in for a world of hurt. Although maybe VI today you can actually learn how to do it. Yeah, maybe VI you could. prior to that, ain't no chance. You have to think about this. Learn from AI. What do you mean SFML allows UDP sockets? What is SFML? Isn't it just what is it, a combination of libraries? I mean, I guess, but it's not like they need to allow you. You can just use UDP straight up. It's not that difficult. The difficulty coming from actually building all the stuff on top of it. The real work. It's missing. Okay. I guess time to build out sound element. Just initialize. Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, honestly, the better you are at asking AI, the more you'll get out of it. Which means you just need intelligence either way. What's up, D? Mr. D. Do I want 0 to be an unknown sound or not? Stop. Maybe not. Keep 0 as unknown sound or -1. Your favorite part, networking? Except for nasty net punching, yeah. Dude, net punching is definitely a thing. It's a thing. From what I understand, everybody has issues with that. I've never particularly worked on that. Never particularly worked on that. But from what I understand, big games can implement their own tricks to handle that either way. Although nowadays, at least with Steam, I think you can do relay to go to your server. So in some way, Steam might do some net punching for you already. Assuming they do that. I got an impression that they do based on some of the docs reading, but I know it's too much work, so I'm staying the hell away from that crap. Name. Then I would need... I don't know what goes here yet. I don't know. I don't know. Something will go there. Guess you got how to handle and gets bigger, how to handle that. Well, that's where architecture comes in. It's the same way, well, in general, my suggestion is to read proper philosophy on that, because that will teach you that knowledge is hierarchical, and we are able to hold more knowledge by grouping knowledge together into higher and higher concepts. The same thing in code base. A bigger brain is not going to help, because even a more intelligent brain still has the same processing power. It's something called crow epistemology, where you can only hold so many specific elements in your mind at once. Anything past that, you just need to grip it up. That's kind of the way DX12 or whatever handles descriptor sets as an example. Just kind of group everything together. Almost. But you just build a hierarchy of concepts in your code. Such as under render, you have different subdivisions there and so on. Same thing as files and folders. Alright. Oh, this is a name actually. Deal with this. I guess I will do. It seems easy. Load up the name. Raw. Yeah. Okay. Now we're here. Looking on Linux, that's nasty. Plugging command line, dude. I mean, no wonder. I don't believe you can work on anything that complicated with command line debuggers. I mean, you could if you get paid to do it, I guess, very slowly, but outside of that, it's a giant mess. Implementing games for a fun old game. For fancy Steam. I guess. I will say though, usually implementing from scratch a bit easier. At least you're learning something in the progress. Alright, let's do this. Index. Oh. Okay, that gets me all the data I need to get started, I believe. Does that much? The Sea Vulcan. This sounds like a Twitch streamer. Who's a Twitch streamer building stuff in Sea Vulcan? But honestly, I mean, building rendering is cool and all, but it's not that complicated compared to building a game. Alright, let me see. Just make sure everything is Gucci. We got the name. Nothing feels too hard. Yeah. Got the sounds. 1,000 sounds should be good for a long ass time. Here are readings. Zero will be that. Right. Right. So now, here, I technically could do. No, it's fine. No. Do the essential first. And that's basic JSON data for sounds. Yeah, sound. Alright. Now I have this. I'm sure Wise loads them only as necessary. But I'm just gonna load the whole thing right away. Yeah, Travis. Called it. That's the guy. Yeah, I watch some streams once in a while. Okay, got loaded that. Alright. Actually, I guess part of this. For now, just then all the sound data. And then I shall see what to do about it. Technically, I could do it during this part. Actually, it's fine. It's fine to do it here. Okay. Load wave file. Oh, it's gonna complain about that, huh? Fine. Like one example I'd use actually use a combination of struct or class. For me, class is something that's usually large in size. Usually has a bunch of functions, whatnot, where structs usually don't, just plain old data. It's like gives you like a nice separation. Anything to simplify thinking. Okay, this means It's time. Read the whole file. Is there some kind of big buffer somewhere I can reuse? I'm not sure if there is, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I might have to just do another big ass buffer here. Guys, actually, I think this is tells me how much to read. Good. Oh, Visual Studio is so nice to type in compared to stuff on Linux. Linux is so disgusting, especially for debuggers. Oh my god. Outside of that, Linux is nice to use, but typing code and debugging is plus hard reloading and all that stuff. It just you'll have to go to make your own stuff there to make it decent. Anyway, read that, do this. Okay, I think just make sure I can get to here. If I can get to here, I'll be good. Hey, do not put a breakpoint. Sound is a sound. Right. Oh yeah, I need a pen, bunch of stuff here, of course, of course. Okay. That should work. Good. Good. Oh, it already went away, but okay. Alright, reading file is successful. Gucci. So number data is here. One of my system classes are ginormous. Well, that's what she said, so I kind of had to. But I'm not sure what you're actually saying. Not sure what you mean. Oh, it's red. Okay. 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 Let the reading begin. Actually, it's already big here. But if you think ginormous, dude, I have a class that's over 1 gigabyte big. Oh, hold on, be back. Alright, never mind that. Okay. Beginning of the file, fair enough. Okay, let's see if I do indeed see this header file. Create sections of data chunks. Okay. Contain file type of the value wave. Upper chunks on the file, remainder of section. And header for the audio file. Does that mean the first 4 bytes would say that? Sounds like it would be. Mm-hmm. Oh, I just do it then. Let's see. Let us see what I get. Indeed, got a riff. Got a riff. I indeed got a riff. Excellent. Okay. Containing a file type. Value wave blah. Compose of multiple discrete sections of data called chunks. Identifier, step data in chunks, executable function code identifier. Okay. Fair, fair. Chunk has the following form. Data. File size of 4 bytes. Raw. I'll tap the thing I care about. File size, some type data. 4 bytes of size. File type is a number 4 characters. Type. The value of this indicates the size of file type. Excuse me. Given the size of the data on the file. Okay. And file type, the identifier. Oh, the file size includes, not indicates. I misread that. What's up on you? Looking in hard on your mother. Close size. File size includes it, yeah, but does not include the size of riff. All the size of file size. Oh, okay. So this thing includes that plus this. Okay. That follows. Okay. 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 Is this an integer or not? That is a question. File size. File type. The rest is what ifs. Okay. 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 Let us see. Let us see. Yet. You know what's nice for this using XAudio2? I didn't have to include any special library. It just runs. It just runs. All right. We got perfect size, exactly what I expect. We got this file type wave. Right. All the chunks of the following form. Chunk ID, chunk size data. Where chunk ID is this. That defines the data contained in the chunk. Data section, right? All is padded. This gives the size of the data in the file. Includes the file type, but does not include ref. Or the for size. File size. Fair. Okay. 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 I get it. I get it. So reading the chunk type, I'll get this, which he did. Oh, they did it this cuteness. Wait, does that work? Can you really do that? Can you compare an integer to that? Oh, is that a thing? Some kind of C trick? Take character literal. It's so weird. Does it only work maybe on Switch? It's so weird. I just want to see. Probably unsigned. That has to be some old C crap. That's so weird. You can just define that, which takes this, shoves it in here, and it's fine. Yeah, I don't. Oh, maybe I did what I did it for. So 5 was too much, but 4 is fine. It just gives a proper warning. And hates on the cast. Cat. But it's 4 bytes, should be fine. Communication does a pointer thing. Whatever. Can I do... You can do one of these. I haven't done binary in a while. Let me see. This will be moving out by 3 characters. Each character is 1 byte. So is that 3 times 8? I'm crazy. Probably wrong. Probably wrong. I'm curious then. If I just do this. It's 70, because this is 70. Right, that makes sense. And then 1 byte over. No. Yes. 70. Programmer shift. Oh, no undo. That's sadness. Yeah. Okay. So it is fine. Stop fan. See if this is correct. Seems like it might be. C++ 25, nice, good start, good start. That's why I started. Unreal Engine 4 was for me, but I also tried to prototype this game in UE5 as well, but I'm too much of an engineer. I don't have the patience to deal with engine of others. Ain't get the patience. It's actually not that difficult, it's the opposite. Because with this, you're just working within what you're capable of. With a game engine, you throw in sometimes way too big of a features to handle it. You just don't know the price that it comes with. No, I didn't get it right. Did I not understand this correctly? You know what? I'm just gonna do it the dumb way. And I don't even care. I can optimize this later. It's actual value. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, nope. Don't be hard reloading this. Actually, wait. I could just do it. I could just be like this. And then I can just copy like a monkey the value that I'm gonna see while reading this WAV file. Because the thing is, when you're lower level, everything you're working with is pretty simple API. Like you just read a file, read 1 byte. It's nothing. What did I forget? What type of game making? This type of game, Diablo-like. It actually should still be runnable. So there you go. I'll just reworking the sounds, but it's like a Diablo-like, except here. Oh, why is... Well, GPU freaking out for a moment. That's fine. That's fine. Oh, the recent thing it did is that these guys can now lose track of you. And then they see you like, oh, just ignore me? Where is it going? Anyway, just gonna get destroyed. Any audio programming? Yeah. I used to work with audio engineers. Let me see. That guy saw me, let me see. So these guys, because actually before I was doing audio today, I wanted to implement the eye things for these guys. So that the eyes light up when they actually spotted you and they're going after you. That way you can tell when somebody knows where you are when you're not. Because I recently implemented aggro, so these guys are now aggroed. Right? Yo. Or maybe I didn't. Did you not? Robot awareness is her. That's... I just have one guy. I just want to have one dude. Yeah, he's there. Good. Awareness. So he does. Actually, this doesn't even show if he sees me or not, but I think it is. Actually, you know what? Let's debug view time. Awareness, debug vision. Did I do something to break them? I must have done something to break them. Huh. Guess I did do something to break them. Well, middleware, indeed. Well, you say that, but middleware is a kind of pain in the ass to deal with. Like, for example, I've been using Wise for a year. And it's I mean, it's a great library by no means, but we do need to jump through some hoops on the outside of coding, which can get annoying. Anyway, this actually indicates if it's in range or not. And red, it's supposed to be when it's spotted, but it looks like I messed up the spotting somehow. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Today's audio day. So let's see. Back to reading the WEF file. I just want to see what riff is of characters. Because I thought it would be easy, but... Alright. So this is a secret number. Bro, really? Although I'm kinda... Let's try it this way. Last thing is Wise, yeah. Good job. Creating game music editor. Nice, nice. Custom made thing, nice. Yep, yep. Indeed. Wait. What does it say still integer? Bro, did you not actually compile the code? What the hell's going on in here? This is a uint at this point. I've never read a WAV file before, but dude, how difficult could it be? Compared to writing a ray trace render, I'm sure it's nothing. Ain't nothing but a hot dog. It's the same value if it's... Oh, yeah, because it's not a hex value. Of course it'll be the same value. of course. Anyway. So this if test ID ref ID. Okay. Care about this. I'm not sure if they really mean unsigned char or signed char, but whatever. This is what it is. I get that. So next I'm reading the file type. File type. Data size. Oh, read it here. Right, you read that. D-word is an unsigned, right? I keep forgetting. Unsigned long, yeah. It's fine. Oh. Technically, it's kind of weird. D-word. I'm pretty sure it's 4 bytes only, right? Pretty sure it's 4 bytes. I need to see this again. Gotta see this again. File type, file size, that's fine. And one more time, file size. You know what I need? This thing includes the size of this plus that. Okay. Fair. Fair. Painful. 7 a.m. in Hong Kong, huh? It's your mind. It's telling you that you need to get something done. You ain't doing it. Ref. Right. Oh. Battery low. It's not the time. Now's not the time. Honestly, at this point, the main reason I want to try something my own audio, just that once the game is out, the hassle of computing profits and give it to some company all the time seems like just a hassle. Just like hassle. Whereas if I get rid of this, I won't have anything commercial pay that I'm using. Everything else is bare bones stuff. So might as well. Might as well. Okay. That. Reading the first chunk of the test. Okay, got this is that. Here it reads these two. Then it reads the file type. What does this mean? Why is it set to form? What the hell is being used to do this? Size of keyboard, I get that. Bro, really? What am I, a child? Sometimes the docs are kind of weird. Data. Data. My impression is this whole thing is going to be chunks. So a big chunk first contains the whole thing, and then stuff inside the chunks. You know what? This is a time. Back to WAF reading. My impression is that this is the first chunk, and all other chunks are inside data range that follow. Right? Pretty sure it's correct. That's true. I used to have this thing. I have it. Guess I wasn't here. I don't think so. I guess it's gonna be manually walking. Just gonna be manually walking. Junk. But with this, I need this. Confirm. File type is WAVE, correct. So that is that. Whatever, it's cast anyway. Wow, Jesus Christ, a throwback to the CryEngine. Okay, that brings that over. Okay. Reading from here. Yep. Some guitar music off of Epidemic Sound. Some random collection. Sounds like some kind of redneck blues. Oh. Times, let me see. I'm expecting this. Man, this really needs a helper thing. Doing it. But not yet. Not yet. What's this? Well, there's bluegrass, right? I used to live in Kentucky, so I would know. It's remaining. Doing XAudio2, that's right. That's what it says. Hey Yui, thanks for the follow. Pom pom pom. Yes, first reading wave file. So chunk size, that's for characters. Then I can check ID, chunk size another 4 bytes, given size of the data, makes sense. How am I coping? Compared to C Vulkan, this is peanuts. This is nothing. But I haven't really gotten actually playing sound yet, but I worked with mini audio before, so it shouldn't be that complicated. Too stubborn for now. Oh, chunk size. Right, and then the data follows. Okay. To play audio from a source voice needs this format in a structure. I guess first I need to see what the hell this is. I guess I would be doing... Yeah, that looks... No worries. Hey, my license voice has been updated. Good. In bytes, okay. So what is this thing, by the way? FMT what? Just FMT space? FMT space. Otherwise known as this. Hmm? Oh, did it early. Man, I think I need food. This brain is getting slow here. Ooh, got something unusual. Got list. The front door. guess there's more stuff. Will only contain these chunks. Additional chunk types. Including a parallel list. Data chunks. Waiting for data chunks too. Interesting. Data FMT chunk, a copied data. Break it up as this. Its contents into this, okay. Data, read its contents into a buffer. I think it mostly ignores it though. Maybe I will ignore this for now. 0 end of stream, interesting. Oh, I see. It's probably going to be only one format. And then there's going to be data to follow. I'll probably have to shove a bunch of these as I go. There could be one giant buffer. Yeah, we'll see. I shall see. Get a marker. Rest is probably 0. You know what, for now, I need to print all this stuff out and see what kind of chunks I'm seeing. But I'm gonna be right back, dump some more. Well, turns out I need more than just water. I need food. So currently cooking a bunch of bacon. When it's done, the WAV file reading will commence. Well, the sounds are basically there, to be honest. I already read in the chunks, and then it probably just shoves it in here, don't it? Don't it? What's the sound? Get the source, create it. Wait, when do I specify? Pound of meat, well, bacon. Almost a pound, maybe it is a pound. Might boil some eggs as well. Be back. Might take a few minutes to keep flipping that bacon so it doesn't burn up too hard. Be back. Bacon has been acquired. Get them boiling, get them later. Yeah, let's do this. Dude, gonna let him cool down just a moment. Honestly, I should have just made beef. Bacon just doesn't smell as clean. There's a bunch of nasty additives in there. I can just tell. My beef senses are tingling. Okay, let me see. Found a empty chunk. Size. This size. Although technically, I need at least 2 words. Bacon heavy as opposed to beef. Based on fat. Well, I got a surprise for you. I'm a carnivore. 80% of my calories come from saturated fat, mostly beef. And from what I'm reading, health issues are coming from lack of it. And all this sugar. And ignoring it. Look. Hello. Did 5. Beef? Why is beef fine then? I eat extremely fatty beef. In fact, the beef I eat is fatter than bacon. Alright, let's see. Let's see if we are happy with finishing, actually. Bytes remain to read. Yeah. Okay. Is that reading the audio? Reading WAV file. Found empty chunk. List chunk. Data chunk. Risk of heart disease. Indeed. Well, two group of doctors. One that believes saturated fat is bad, and the one is not. So make your choice. I've chosen the other side. For the last 2-3 years now. List and data chunk. It's gonna be cute to know the size of it. Also, processed meat is kind of funny to say. Because the processed meat, it's almost you blaming bacon for it, but in fact, if you look at bacon, what processed meat means adding plants into it. It doesn't mean adding more meat, it just means more plants. So really it's the plants that's the bad part. So net I agree, adding plants to meat is a bad idea. For sure. But it's not the fat that makes it bad, it's the plant processing. Moderation, dude. I got a surprise for you, man. All I eat is basically beef. Like 95% of my calories come from beef. 95. Some days all I do is eat like 3 pounds of beef a day. That's it. Sometimes, like today, I mix it up bacon. I think this is the first time I'll eat bacon in maybe a year, 2 year. I must have eaten bacon at some point. I'm not sure. Honestly, I kind of want a beef instead of pound of beef instead. But yeah, you need to look up carnivores if you're curious about my diet for the last 3 years now. So, this side is tiny, some list thing. What is a list though? I'm kind of curious. Riff list chunk. You'd be like, but the real reason that beef and lamb is better than pork is because ruminant animals in general have healthier meat than pork does. Because they process food differently, they have multiple stomachs, so they remove a lot more nasty stuff from food they consume. Whereas pigs don't have, they have a simple stomachs like we do, so they don't clean out nasty food as much. That's for the reason. Metadata consider a file. Use this for textual rock information. List size, list type. Up chunks. What chunks info? Oh, just that. Yeah, it's fine, I don't care. That's fine. Be back. Eggs are back. This crap. Oh yeah, this thing. Somehow I don't trust this stuff. I'll try to find some actual real source. Real source. What is the official source on this? Full list chunk. This sucks. What the hell is this crap? Sources. Found me the same crap. I don't trust them. I guess we'll just convert to date at some point and then. Actually, almost kind of want to read that. Maybe. Maybe. See it. Let's see it. Can probably just deduce from what I see. Oh, it's gonna go away. List test. Info. And reading that. Info list. List info. Each list chunk looks like this. List I got, size right. Then you got an info, which is what I have. Then it's subchunks. Oh, it's subchunks again. So IFT is a subchunk. Get it? I get it. That's fine. Anyway. Way. So it's actually kind of nice. The whole buffer is in one chunk. So I should be able to just shove it. Shove it. Yeah. Oh, I said ignoring it. That's kind of funny. But whatever. Go bytes to read. And then bails. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. I need to keep this memory around, which right now only have one sound. That's fine. It will just work. Technically, it would be nice to keep this thing in here, but it means spreading it everywhere. Actually, here. Sources, yeah. What if bytes limit of 1? That's fair. Wave format extensible. And you, Mr. 40.1. Okay. Oh, I have it here. Sound source. Right. Okay. That gets me that. Got the data. Fine. Play this fan. I'm pretty sure that was it for reading the data. Populating that, just copy. Play the sound. Well, I gotta try it right away in that case. This is extensible. Oh, this may have been. Actually, did I copy the right thing? Did I need extensible or the other one? Well, now I'm not sure. I do buffer, I understand. Do I read riff chunk into? Oh, either way works, okay. So extensible is yeah, it begins with prior, okay. So that's fine. So that is fine. Create the voice, the wave format. Thousand bytes, 18. How much did I get? 16. Suspicious. Suspicious. Oh, what? How did that chunk work? I didn't even assign that value yet. What? That is definitely not true. Okay, FMT space, so that makes sense. I understand. Let's go, got that. Next up is list. Oh, what the hell? I'll take it. Chunk ID. Data. Right. Yeah. Okay. Where was this? Oh yeah, I was testing it here. Created this. Still not sure which one to submit. Flags and all that. Whatever. Submit a buffer to the source voice. Source buffer. Well, here comes the moment of truth. The first audio test. The third batch. Interesting. Well, rip. See if we hear anything. Not too loud, just in case. Okay. Okay.
Hi.
Redo. Did I hear anything?
Hi.
Ooh, I did. I did. It's that easy.
Hi.
Just like that. Just like that, it plays the first sound. Successful test. Mm-hmm. Wonderful. Wonderful.
Hi.
Well, that was easy. That was easy. I mean, next thing is 3D positionings and all that. Start, stop. What was an exit? Oh, looping. Oh, we can submit multiple buffers as you go. Yeah, man, what is that? Hmm. Dude, I love working low level stuff. Things are so simple. You just do like this tiny amount of work, and everything's fine. Everything's fine. It was incredibly easy to start. Care about any of this. Then full. There's probably nothing going to be too much interesting here. Format. Oh, because here. Oh, yeah, because now I can make my own buffers too. Like they do here. The sine wave. Okay. What do we got? What do we got? Good start, stop, source. There's nothing here that's all interesting as far as I can see. Ooh, number of buffers computed in this voice. Oh yeah, I'm gonna build some cute aim GUI on top of this. For sure. For sure. Like 3D audio. So it is that thing. Likely that. Voice. Source voice, not voice. Oh, it's the base. The source voice. Oh, that's what all the extra stuff is at. I see. I see. Yeah, okay, I see. Base class, derived class. I see what's going on up in here. Body voice. Hmm. Bit of sound. Okay. Just rip it. Right. Out to the handle. Out to the handle. Is that a pointer? Hmm. Oh, I understand. Okay. I understand. Always gonna be a char, isn't it? Okay, so this will be going to components, but it's fine to create for now. What's this? There's not gonna be any allocations in there. I'll take care of that. Wait, audio calculate. Date. Deploy the volume, pitch values to the source. And then whatever's active. Oh, so it's something I have to run for each instance. X3D instance. Yeah, that I understand. Listener, emitter. Extends. Although where... Vector. Okay. 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 Nice details. Where did this come from? Nowhere. Just appeared out of nowhere. These I understand. That's from user data. I get that. Force voice. I get that. I don't get this. Excellent question. Indeed. Indeed. Come, I don't see it. Get device details on XAudio. Fair. Callbacks. Audio2. Is this something I haven't... It is a thing. Previous versions. This is old crap. This is some old crap I didn't mention. You bro. Excuse me? Ah. Yeah, this thing. Bro. Or the voice. Oh, it's on the voice. That's why I didn't show it. What? On the mastering voice. I get it. I get it. Okay. Get that. Oh, this is such bull. Of course, everything's gonna be wrong here. Excellent catch. Hail to the year. Details, you get this, right? Channel, input channels. Is that what it is? Nation count. I think this is input channels. Two for stereo. That. Sound right. What does it say input channels though? Excellent instinct. It's a graph direction. Fine, I get it. Fine. Fine. Matrix. I was set. That's right, glazing a lot. Well, here's a way to understand GPT. If it glazes you, it means you're kind of on the right path. If it's like kind of neutrally positive, like it just says cool without any emoticons, anything like that, that means you're wrong. So glaze just means I completely screwed up. Basically take negative and positive and shift it both into positive. So if you're right, we're genius. If you're wrong, you're really good. You're really smart to ask a question when you're wrong. That's what it says. Allocate the buffer and then let's calculate fill it. Oh, so I just needs to know how big it is. Mapping source channel destination. I see. I see what's going on up in here. So technically it would be this. Technically. I mean, I can't really do this properly without actually putting stuff into components, but at least lay it out here so we can see it in one nice one picture. As they say, take a picture, slipper. Right, let me see. I got that initialized going, fine. I got to set up listener and emitter. Yes, yes. ESP settings I got. Yeah, input channels, fine channels. This I got. Calculate. Got. Oh yeah, this is what I was doing here. Coefficients, that makes sense. The voice thing. It's something like this. Yep. So the frequency ratio, they got it. Calculate reverb. Reverb. Good. Oh. Submit voice. Wait, what? Explain. Let's put the parameters. Kind of nice if you just fill it in with whatever. Frequency. Little low pass filter drag coefficient. Okay, whatever. Don't particularly know what that means. But I get it. Compute whatever is necessary for that 3D. From that, set parameters to the voice. I don't particularly get it. Understand submit voice where it's coming from. Wait, is this an in-out or something? Send my source's voice one channel audio into the game and submix voice. A boss. Ah. So can submit go into master voice? As a simple test. Oh yeah, I got a check mark. It means I got it right. Hell yeah, I got a emoticon. Ah. We have eyes. It's gonna be a breeze, man. It's gonna be a breeze. I love it. I get to do the creative stuff, and this stuff just flies by. Because it's probably like 80 to 95% correct, I bet. The rest is easily fixable. The hardest part is starting from 0. When you fix him from 80 to 95, it's pretty decent. Pretty easy. So for example, here, boom, kaboom. Okay. A piece of cake. Alright, all this crap can go away. Except maybe this last part. What did I press? Right. Smart intelligence replaces comments too. Good. I understand. I understand. Listener, position, orientation, front up. Very straightforward. Pretty decently high level too, honestly. To be honest. Calculate matrix, Doppler, PF, reverb. Ooh. Oh. Do I add another voice in between sound voices and master? Oh, this one needs to think. Cool. This will compile. This is not going to run at all. Oh, yeah. Gucci, Gucci, Gucci. Make sure it all starts up. Kind of want to do breakpoint.
Hi.
Find it. Find it. That easy. Dude, why is this hiding away from me? Vibe coded VS extension is just keeps not being fixed. This thing just always hides away eventually somewhere. Somewheres over the rainbow. Alright, Mr. ChatGPT, what's up? Yes, no check mark. Submix. To both master dry and reverb. Oh, that's why it didn't get me. Give me a checkpoint, because I didn't get all the details right. Just got a neutral, yep. Funcom is a master. Submix. Oh, it's a special separate thing. So I should create a reverb bus. Back to the bus. Boom kaboom. Using a preset. Hey. Route source of both master and reverb. I've heard that before, I understand, but it is going to both master and reverb. Where does reverb go? Family of 3 voices working here. Source, verb, and master. Because I think the documentation is over, probably. Because this one ain't mentioning nothing about any of that. Although, programming guide for the whole thing is not too helpful. Oh, reverb. It's a submix bus. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It was going to be going back into mastering voice. It's submix. It really irks me it doesn't find that. Maybe it's fake. It's on main audio. Why did I not see it? Oh, I didn't search it here. Did not search it here. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I get it. I get it. Source to master. Master. Mm-hmm. It's nice. That's nice. Because this will be just about all I need for a long ass time. For long ass time. I'll probably be spending more time building out GUI tooling for all this. Okay. Now I can just move it off to the bacon's pretty good. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun in the bun. How big are you? 56. It's gonna go into internals. You are going straight into internals. Because I don't want to have multiple listeners. I mean, internals do it, but I don't need it. Alright, so at this point I can definitely clean up everything, but otherwise I don't require any of it anymore. Luckily I can do that without messing the rest of the code. I really don't care about any of these. Oh, that was gonna be nice. It's gonna be nice. Hell yeah. Bye-bye. Had some weird things to go with that. Yeah. That will be real work. This I don't care about anymore. Oh yeah. Perfect. It's already here. That's what I'm talking about. Let me hit effect. Oh yeah, this is when I can create. This one's creating effect without an entity. Right? Yeah. This is actually, I can keep it around. There's some useful stuff here. Actually, this was just to keep that around. Oh, this was mostly hard-coded. What's up, White? I have successfully implemented the first initial audio effect, which plays successfully. Yeah, I was doing this hard-coded stuff. Yeah. Based on who hit and whom. Where I get my game assets, I make them. The only exception to that is for audio, I use AI to generate bass sounds and I mix them in Blender for models. For audio, like I do buy some audio packs, and some will sound okay coming from Wise, Audio Kinetic. But lately, I've been just asking AI to make me a bass, like Foley sounds, and I mix them using Reaper. Now, when it comes to models and textures, I think the male and female body I did get off of Dash 3D, but then everything after that, clothing, hair, except for one hair, it's all custom made. Like for example, here I have something like 50 article of clothing. What I do is go to Instagram, find a picture of a hot chick, or be like, I like that outfit, bring it in here. Yeah. You can easily pay for the assets. That part is easy, dude. Paying money somebody to make stuff is the easiest thing in the world. The only challenge is actual money to spend on that. There is no reason to that. It's too early and there's no need. It's fine. It's fine. I just learned a little bit how to do it and do that. Well, hot chicks know what to wear. You know what I'm saying? And I know what to pick out of that. But yeah, like everything like here, like for example... Oh. Sometimes I see this stuff from like an anime or something and be like, I could do that. Like for example, if I take... Yeah. Just some basic stuff. Oh yeah, I've gone through a bunch of Udemy courses. Yeah, I've gone a Udemy course on how to create sounds, for example. That's why I learned how to do how to use Reaper for audio creation. Same thing for Blender and some additional tooling. Blender been fun enough. Oh yeah, this thing. You're gonna find reference to it. Thank you. Bye-bye, Mr. Wise. Glad to get rid of you. I still have a few courses I haven't opened. I got a course when it was super cheap how to make icons, which was interesting too. Oh, lately I've been just making icons using shaders when I guide AI to help me do it. Oh yeah. This thing goes away. But by far the best thing is to work with AI to help you understand how to make stuff. That's by far the best.
Hi.
Day 2 ECS. We'll join it. Yeah. I mean, that said, I will say ECS, unless, do you mean using ECS or implementing ECS? Because implementing it the nice way is, oof. Because the way I built my ECS library is going up against one of the fastest open source ECS libraries out there. It took me, dude, maybe like a full year of slowly, once in a while, taking a day off or two out of a month to work on the ECS library until I finally was able to beat it soundly.
Hi.
Like for example, the icon you see here, that's not an image. It's not a texture. It's just made using shaders. The same thing for the plus sign there. I did get icons for inputs from a big pack somewhere. Implementing the world component system, yeah. As a reference, yeah. Well, the thing is, implementing ECS for realsies is pretty difficult. Honestly, if you're doing it from the beginning, it might be easy just to make... Just ECS has a lot of complexity. Like, let me show you, this is my implementation of ECS. This is my main file. So the header file is 1700, so almost 2k lines, and then this implementation is 3k lines. So it's like, there's also an entity thing, so it's like 5k lines of code to do ECS in a nice way. Yeah, it's about 5,000 lines for ECS. This is to make it fast and fully featured and everything, so but what I have now is amazing. Well, still being fast, but dude, that wasn't easy. It's probably gonna run faster. I bet you everything. It would run faster if it was just a bunch of big fat entities. Like I like Jonathan Blow's idea on that, where you have the base class for very common stuff, and then you have one level of composition, kind of, more like C-like inheritance in a way, where you just add extra stuff per entity type. Because I'm being fancy, because you can go to the
Hi.
editor and be like, all right, I want to go to this particular bot, and I can add particular stuff in here. But there's nothing stopping you just turning this whole thing just like one giant entity doing the whole thing. It's just that a game like mine, I think it needs entity component system, because this is just so more involved, so
Hi.
much more involved. Like these robots are now beginning to be aware when they see you, they don't see you, and it's much easier to track it that way. But dude, it was not easy to implement it. If anything, what my suggestion for ECS is to start by using flags.dev. If for nothing else, is to, because what I was doing, I would then write benchmarks using exactly the same scenario using flags.dev and mine.
Hi.
And I use the benchmark framework to compare the two. And for like initially, my implementation was like several times slower. It took me like for a while thinking like, what optimization am I missing that I'm like twice as slow? And eventually, I nailed everything out. Because yeah, when I was making ECS, I did not use AI at all. That was probably a good thing. Because yes, it's pretty complex. You don't want to do too much ECS of that. It's just too complex. AI is okay for like simple things like on third-party library usage, whatnot, some sharing work because it's disconnected. But ECS, it's just too big and nasty. Working RPG. Yeah, it all comes down to how many different entity types you have. So if you have something like 50 different entity types, you probably don't need ECS. But yeah. But on the other hand, if you just enjoy implementing something like ECS, it's fine. Just be aware of it does come with some headaches and some performance issues. And that the game will be faster if you just do fat entities instead. Just as a fair warning. But if your game is complex enough, which RPGs often are, you'll probably benefit from that. But even then, like I was building this game for like the first year and a half on Flex. And so because of that, my ECS is basically drop-in replacement for the same interface type as ECS, as Flex. I also found Flex to be the most feature-rich ECS. Because a lot of CS implementations just do like bare bones, without any parent-child connections, without any additional like optional stuff and so on. Like even Bevy is kind of pretty minimal. But then replacing Flex, it wasn't easy. Actually, you know what? I don't feel like finishing that robot a little bit. Let's not play the sound anymore. Of course. Yeah. I just want to do one feature I had in mind to finish this morning, which was make the eyes light up when they see you. So this way you understand when they're tracking your ass, so not if they're just going around. Breaking stressful work. Yeah, if you're doing it during your free time, good luck, man. That's what I was doing initially. I think I spent a few months fleshing out basic stuff initially just to prove to myself that I can actually do this from scratch. So I think I was employed full time, like for a full year, and I would occasionally, I work on the game occasionally, depending what was going on. Couldn't really do a whole lot. Fun fact, yesterday I implemented the first jiggle. Alright, stop paying attention to the robot. The jiggle is here. Even though the character is that tiny. Yeah, I understand. My first half of my career was working at Microsoft and Windows Server, but that was before I even got into games. That was primarily to get through migration process. But one thing that's fun to do with CS is things like that. We can build out an actual profiler to see what's slow in your systems, because this one lists all the systems and queries. System is what runs every frame no matter what. Query is something that's invoked manually. And so I added measurements for all that stuff so you can see what's expensive. Yeah, you can see like it tracks the line to go to. It even does like which components are involved in those things. And as you see more robots spawning, you can see animation go up. Because here at some point I added new logic where robots actually track you separately. And so I had to make sure it's careful, it doesn't blow up in here. It's pretty nice. And you can also see all the tables you've created. One of these days I'll finish my video on CS, how I implemented my stuff. Total entity count. I even did like a stat thing where I can basically count how many tables have at least that many bytes in the internal storage. So you can see like most tables are kind of tiny. So one day I'm thinking maybe create like a initial arena for them, for small tables. Because some tables are really small, like you can see the sizes here. I think it's mostly UI stuff, just sort of like one entity at a time. Because UI entities are so unique almost all the time. So it's almost like UI entities don't fit into CS all that well. What is a 2 megabyte table? That's a special yeah, this is a super large mesh I have. So the short story is, these are real entities and made out of parts of little nodes, right? So the world's made up of little chunks like that. And so in the game, everything is stitched up this way. So this is a whole bunch of entities separately. But these guys are not, because it would be just too expensive to have them separately. Because this is disabled, so it's actually just one visual entity. So in that case, what I do is I compute what nodes need to go there, and out of that I assemble this fake mesh. There's no actual physics in there, so like here you would see different lines outlining physical shapes, but then here you get nothing. Yeah, but here this is yeah. So for example, this is why I can now have an error and be like, you know what? Let's fill in this wall right here. So it can be like wall edit, and then just reload, and now you have a wall. And sometimes you can even see divisions here. Or you can put an end one way. This is like a round end. And this should be rounded south and yeah. So that's why I can do some world building easily. Probably my simplest map editor you can have. Nice, you can't recompile. Well, that comes from different thing. That comes from that really comes from Live++. This is what intercepts code changes and hot patches them. Yeah. Other engines have too, like Unreal has it built in as well. But Unreal headers are humongous. So once I tried it on my laptop to hot reload, change in Unreal, it took like over a minute to update. That's when I rage quit Unreal entirely. I was like, dude, I ain't got time to wait on this. Whereas now I went from 1 minute hot reload down to 1. Well, this computer's probably be faster hot reload, so maybe like 15 to 30 seconds maybe. I'm using CMake as well, but that has nothing to do. Live++ doesn't care about your CMake. It doesn't care what build system you're using, it cares nothing about that. Live++ is insanely amazing. Insane. It just basically, I think somewhere in PDB files or somewhere. Yeah. Has very simple integration too. Highly recommend it. It's the best $100 a year that I've spent. Hildur, did I make my own assets? 95% assets are mine. Animations are all mine. All of them are mine. Robots, chicks. Yeah. Bring starting your own game dev projects in pure C++. Hell yeah. And no game engine, even better. But most creating was honestly asset creation is time consuming, but it's not. So the solution to that is what I do is instead of buying asset packs, buy Udemy courses. And specifically for animation and rigging, this guy has been amazing. Like I bought this course on effective rigging, which tells you how to go then into Blender, rig this up, and how to do this fancy magic. So the only reason I know how to do all this, because before I knew nothing because of this guy. That was the dude. And this guy just shows how to do both animation and rigging. And rigging is amazing. I still need to go for it because I went through his V1 version. And since then he does some like very, very early beginnings. And then builds it out into like really complex stuff. So this is like taking like a serious college level course. This guy's insane. Insane in the membrane. So yeah, yep. Well, no, I think writing Vulkan render was probably more involved. Maybe entity component system. Entity component system was really freaking complex to get right. That was kind of nasty. Apparently building audio engine is not a big deal. Anyway, I did some extra cleanups. Look at this. Removed another library. Boom. Wonderful. Vulkan render is a pain. Honestly, my suggestion is to go raw Vulkan C API render. You don't want to go anything in between. It's not that complex. There is a bunch of examples on Vulkan already. And then VI help. Asking for questions, understanding all that stuff. It's pretty nice. Yep. Tried jumping the Blender 3D modeling before. Yeah, so you cannot use those tools without guidance and lectures first. You literally have to take a course somewhere, somehow. Find whatever available to you within your price range or whatever. I had to shop around for a while being fully employed for courses that actually taught me how to use Blender. Like for a while I was actually scared of having too many bones on the character because I got used to using complex characters in game engines and they would be like extremely slow. So I was like, no, I can't have 200 bones on the character. It'll be too slow, man. She has like 200 bones easily here. In fact, let me show you. This is the biggest JSON file that I have. Let me see. Objects, Heroine 3. Check out the massive size of this GLTF file. 720,000 lines of JSON. And I process all this. But my suggestion, honestly, is to start, and while being employed, you can just like build out like the basics of a game. And just to prove to yourself mentally that you can do all those basics plus some stuff. That's what I did. So I didn't go immediately from zero. I proved to myself that I can do some Vulkan, some basic effects. Like implemented, while still employed, I implemented screen space ambient occlusion of Vulkan. Took me like 2 weeks, man. Plus. Oh, they already know me. They already know me, dude. I make comments on X all the time. My account from them. That's fine. Dude, $100 a year is pennies. It's pennies. If anything, sometimes it'd be nice where sometimes they buy like an extra copy when I use it like on my laptop or something. And when they saw that once, they actually send me an email, be like, yo, we just unlocked your license to have like, I don't know, 3 instances allowed or something. So yeah. Also, I got Life Plus Plus on when I was working for Amazon. I got it included as a package so that other engineers could use it as well at the company. Yeah. All right. Time to do actual hookup, audio effects, and listeners and all that. Dude, the only thing I need now to get rid of, I think the last library I need to get rid of, that's not mine, is Physics 5. Is write my own physics engine. Everything else is too tiny to care about, probably. Yeah, everything else is just too tiny to worry about. It's the last thing I might replace eventually. My own physics engine. In the past, I would be afraid to write my own physics engine, but I'll talk to AI for a bit. It should be easy. Should be easy. I just don't want to do it right now. Not right now. Physics 5 is trusted enough. Alright. Enough chit chat. Let's do listener first. Listener first is here. I need to read one listener. Game so far. Be honest, must just want to create a game. Yep. Letting a pixel art. Yeah, 2D is even easy to do. 2D game is like 10 times easier to make than 3D. Even if you don't, you can also do like a bit of a mixture. I think, what was it, Core Keeper or something like that? They use 2D images for characters, but they place them in a 3D environment so they can do like an additional effect. But it gets probably fancier, maybe too fancy, depending on your knowledge and ability and where you're starting from. Because 3D is a lot more fun, but boy, you better be ready for some math. Better be ready for some math. Plus, all the assets in 3D also gets more complicated. Animation gets more complicated. Like, you need to write code to actually parses all this JSON stuff. Because this is the export from Blender. This is that Blender exporting this thing. But it's so nice to be full control of everything that's going on here. Because, dude, I remember trying to use Unreal, and you export a character like that and it just breaks. It just doesn't work right in Unreal at all. And you're like, dude, how the hell do you figure out what's broken? Like, how? Do I go through the 10 million lines of code on Unreal to figure out what the hell is wrong? Good luck, man. But it's your own tech, it's kind of manageable. Octopath Traveler, yeah. Those characters, they do a lot more. They do, well, at least they do layers, right? So you have like foreground, backgrounds, like multiple layers in between, so you can stack some effect. And yeah, the bones. I have a separate file for bones too. Like, this is the export directly by Blender, which, whatever, I don't want to talk about. But this is my export separately. So this is exports all the bones that she has for the game. Because in Blender, it's more like 600 bones. Yeah, almost 600 bones. So she has 600 bones in Blender, but when it goes to exports, it'll be like 200 bones. And this exports the rest bone position for tail and hand and space and local space. Because I need to do a bunch of fancy physics and all that, so that exports separately. And I use the AI to actually generate a little panel in Blender to do this for me. Because the AI has been really good at writing up. Like this section here is my own extension for Blender. So you can do special commands to do a bunch of helpers. Because she's somewhat easy. I mean, she's more difficult than regular animation, but some of those robots get more involved when it comes to fractures. Because they actually lose actual physical pieces. And explode. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, take care, man. Take care. It's possible. You can just get stuff done. And this way you can actually learn more and more. Because I did not think I'd be able to get this done a year ago. No, ain't no problem. Ain't no problem. Alright. Listener. Yeah, especially I'm most happy about the recent AI changes, because for a while AI was complete garbage. Complete garbage. But I'm gonna figure out how to do sign distance fields thanks to AI, and now it's all possible. It's funny, it just kind of stands on it. Alright, let's see. Alright, I think it's time to uncomment all this section. Oh yeah, all this logic. No, this is not needed anymore. This is the this is parsing Y's, chase and stuff. Oh, I need to clean that up eventually. Now the cool thing about using ECS though, because usually be a pain in the ass to rewire your components to use a different audio system. But in this case, it's super simple because all the components are just pure data and just keep them as like an integer, so they don't even know anything about Y's. And I kept the Y's out of the header space, so there's literally nothing depending on it. So I can just rewire it here and it's fine. And it's fine. So that'll be to do. Plus, it's just fun to work with low-level stuff. Nobody to get up and have your business. Because just today, I removed the last commercial library from my game. So just the hassle of counting profits in the future and giving away portions to somebody would no longer be tripping me up. Whatever I get up to Steam and taxes is all mine. Nobody to send a report once a month for freaking out about that. Yeah. Plus, dude, the thing is, those game engines, at any time they can go under, or they can just say deny you releasing the game on the style. Because no matter what, you almost always have to apply for permission to use them. At least when you're using like open source engine, you don't have that problem. So there's that. Or is that at least? Okay. So listener. Get internals. Listener. Almost makes me want to do just this, to be honest. All vectors. Actually, this I'm not sure if it'll work. Because this is a freaking actual class. That is an actual class. Position. Let's do position first. Top. Don't care enough about this. This is fine for now. Velocity. Tone. But no. Omnidirectional. Because yeah, dude, there's a lot of people who've been using engines for a while. They can't really do anything custom of that. Because eventually you have to either do it just yourself like this, or you go into game engine and figure out how to implement features on that. On the other hand, it gives you a nice option to be able to work for companies where you already can show that you have knowledge of those engines. But it's a different direction. That's all I need to do actually here. That's listener. I want to initialize that. Put them in 0, like here. Default listener setup. Now emitter. Emitter. That, I think I just need to create once and destroy it. I would just throw it out. Yeah. Subdate is gonna get more involved. That is gonna get more involved. Actually, you are going right now there. Good. The only thing remains is stuff I care about. Okay, during update call. So I'm going to query. I'm going to query here. I don't even have anything like that. Okay. Audio listener. That's fine. Audio playback. So now I can say maybe keep it simple. each position. Might not need that yet. Playback, playback, playback. So each of those playbacks will need... Oh wait, here I was doing test somewhere. Yeah. We need to create a source of voice for each of these playbacks. Maybe just create a buffer of these and create them as necessary and reuse them. Let's see what I have here. I have game object ID. I do have this. Can have that be an internal index to find a source voice. These are just pointers anyway. Will there be a mixture, Mr. Georgi? So apparently, I mean, yeah, short answer is yeah. There's already a basic mix for the master voice by default of XAudio. And then you can create buses to route through. Let's see. Shortest code to set up is it voices or buses for sound effects group and say voice group, so I can set control each one separately, such as setting the volume. AI, these things are so easy. So easy. So master voice is a master, right? Submix voice. Basically a bus. Does it mix on its own without any settings? Agent mode? What the hell is agent mode? Oh, they can make modifiers on that. Yeah, it gets nasty. No, dude, if you ask smart questions, AI is insane. And from time to time, like, dude, I have like long ass conversation with AI. Sometimes it might wear off a little bit, but you just put it right back in it. Like, I mostly need like conceptual answers and like AI specific. The only time I really had deep help from them is math stuff for Bob Jiggle or like shader and stuff. Indeed. But outside of that, dude, it's been insanely amazing. I might have been too scared to get into physical engines on my own, but of this, it saves so much time. I remember last year I wasn't using AI as much. At one point I was stuck for one whole week fixing dynamic hair for the character. If I was using AI at the time to ask me when I got stuck, I would have figured out in one day. I had a particular thing, like hair would keep doing like this 180 flips in particular vertical directions. That took me so long to fix by randomly poking. Pretty boss and a mixing stage. Yeah. Set of output voices. Dude, this is such a pleasure to work like this now. When you implement stuff like this from scratch, it just removes all the fear. All the fear is gone. Work an MCP server. Azure AI. Yeah. I was actually thinking of setting up a script because I do have a localization file. Right? This is something written by hand over time. I could read the script, just goes to like one of the cloud solutions and just converts this over and writes it out for other languages in the future. The only problem is I have to be a little careful, so I suddenly have to pay $10,000 for some random bill. But this is that, this is this. Source voice. Actually, I'm gonna call it and be as close to that as possible. IX. Buffer to use by audio playback components. Yeah. Good. This way I can also limit how much stuff happens. Have I tried other stuff? Not really. Well, I like the way ChatGPT works. Specifically, I can just press Alt Space, and then it just brings it up here, Alt Space again, and hides it away. And ChatGPT just has the base interface that I've seen in terms of ideas on that. The actual AI is already amazing. I don't see what it can do better for me. Okay. Actually, this needs more like is in use or not. In use. Do I want to leave a copy? Is in use. By entity, maybe? It also could be music or something, a voice. No, hearing's voice is okay to use the voice like that. Touch the entity. Music, our stuff might be. Actually, this really is for entities. This is entity voices. One rule of thumb, no STD factors. Everything is delimited. Hardcore. Okay. Yes. One of the ways I used the AI recently was to ask it to implement me STL-free implementations to replace nasty STL big header files. That was so nice. Integer is fine. 0, 0, 0, 0. Yeah, there's some stuff to clean up, but that's in time. In due time. Don't rename this yet, but I'll put a marker. Oh, well, technically it's still the same being. It's still the same. That's fine. Yeah, so this whole operation actually will be happening here. It's nice to have a power void cast. Sometimes you just need to force it. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that. Eventually. Oh, it's second source. Technically, this whole thing goes inside there. Technically. Let's do the opposite. Alright, get this. Emitter. Oh, this. It shouldn't be done every freaking frame. No, 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 no. Okay. Dun, dun. Float matrix. It's crazy. It's crazy. So much for that. Doesn't even return anything. But this does. Source voice. Yeah, that's all when it goes away. Thank you. File it. Oop. Should find out what's going down there. Emitter. See everything. Let us see the whole thing. Channel count. Is this small enough? Oh, radius or whatever. Distance scalar. Doppler scaler. Right. Directional. Pretty sure I understand that. Don't care. I mean, I could, but I don't know if I even need to. Velocity. Inner radius. Oh, this is my favorite. Slowly explain each field in. Get that inner radius. To be used for inner radius calculations. I guess just 0. I don't know what it means. That wasn't any helpful at all. Channel count. Must be greater than or equal to 0. Okay. Assuming this is all null pointers. Yeah. Volume curve. Boom. Okay. This check. Source. I don't know, is this 0? Wait times. Okay, got this, got that. This one. So looks like I can ignore this. For reverb. Okay. So this is one I might care. I might. Emitter to listener angle. Emitter to listener angle. Huh. Maybe it gets filled in. Wait, is this the out? Oh, it's the out. So it's like in, out, in, out. In, out. That's probably about right. So now the only thing I need to do to finally test 3D audio. Oh, this whole thing. I don't really have anything to do because I don't even care. I don't even care about this anymore. This I might. And this is the most important one to do. The Mr. Playback. Okay, just like I did it here. Okay, source voice. Source voice. Create source voice. Oh, that's gonna be a different thing. I'm gonna need a little helper. Little helper. Get entity voice.